everybody. Welcome back to the afternoon live stream. I'm glad folks were able to find it. I know it's a different link than this morning's, and I actually posted the wrong link in the morning session. I would lose my head if it weren't screwed on tight, as they say. I'm not even sure I got that expression right. Anyway, a bit frazzled as you might expect. Thanks for joining. The Southern California wildfire disaster continues to unfold and expand, unfortunately. There are still multiple entire neighborhoods that continue to be engulfed with flames. There is ongoing loss of additional new structures and neighborhoods on at least 2 fires. Currently, the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire, one in the far western LA County and one in the eastern San Fernando Valley up against the mountains. This is looking worse and worse the more information we get, especially what unfolded late yesterday and in the overnight hours. I think a lot of the worst fears did come true, at least in terms of structural loss, which is now confirmed to be in the thousands. And it's unclear how far into the thousands the structural loss goes, but collectively between the Palisades and the Eaton fire, I would not be surprised to see 10,000 structures lost, and potentially quite a bit more than that. So this is going to be up there in the upper echelons of loss, particularly given that the 4-figure number of structures lost in the Palisades fire alone came from some of the most expensive zip codes in the country, and emphasizing that not because mansions are more important than other people's homes, but simply because in terms of insured losses, that is just going to be a stratospherically high toll, and some of the initial losses just for the Palisades fire alone, I was hearing initial estimates from some insurers, and this is not privileged information or anything, this is just something that's been communicated third hand via public channels, is that this is likely to be in excess of a $10 billion insured loss disaster. And that's just for one fire, and that was the initial estimate of just those 1,000 structures. I think a lot more structures than that have burned, and there is also another fire that has burned a similar number of structures. So the economic toll is just going to be literally off the charts. We're going to have to plot a different y-axis on the loss charts for this event, I think. There is, of course, a human toll, which is always more important. The only, as I mentioned earlier, potential silver lining is that there does not appear to have been mass loss of life, although I'm a little hesitant to say that yet because there's a lot of information that has not come out. There are entire neighborhoods that have been leveled that fire crews have not even been able to make access to yet, so whether or not that statement holds true remains to be seen, although I'm reasonably optimistic. There will probably be additional deaths reported, but I'm hopeful it won't be a Lahaina or a Paradise level casualty situation. There are a lot of injuries though, and some of them are quite serious. And again, there is ongoing loss. This is not a past tense event. This is a present tense event. I'm seeing reports that there are 1.5 million power outages now. I don't know if that's true, but I believe it. I'll have to check that later. Or actually, maybe I can check that now. Poweroutage.us. Okay, I'm seeing that confirmed. I'll show that on the screen in a minute. Let's do an update. I'm going to share my screen and show you what I'm seeing once again. So just bear with me for a moment. Okay, you'll see the infinite mirror and then back to my screen. Here is watch duty. All right, so unfortunately I do have 2 new fires to report. One of which, I'll start with the one that's less of an this is the Freddy fire. This is another one along the Pacific Coast Highway west of Malibu. I think that's west of Malibu. Forward progress stopped on that one, so I'm not going to focus on it any longer. But the is this new fire called the Lydia fire. Initially, that camera image doesn't look so bad, but if I look at the live view, it now looks like it's off to the races. So I'm going to enlarge the camera view. This is the Lydia fire. You can see 15 minutes ago there was some smoke. but it looks like this one perhaps is escaping initial attack. It's still very windy there. That's a large plume. That's not going to be handleable by the initial resources on scene. That's going to require additional resources and air resources. So this is not what we wanted to see. And of course, this is in a pretty bad location again for a new fire. Again, the fire is roughly in this area. You can see air attack aircraft. That is not a retardant dropping aircraft. That's an observational plane. They're checking it out, probably calling in the cavalry because this thing seems to be taking off. In this region, we still have, again, here's the fire. We still have winds blowing in this direction. And the problem is, of course, if this fire becomes large, it would move through the wilderness, through dry brush, and once again threaten populated areas here, because offshore winds continue even though they're not as strong as they were earlier. Also, humidity is now extremely low and it's unusually warm. In fact, balmily warm into the 70s in the region today, much warmer than yesterday. So as I mentioned, the new fire threat is not done yet, and this one, unfortunately, the Lydia fire near the Magic Mountain Wilderness, also I think still within LA County, I think this is going to be one to watch and could become a pretty big problem. The Hearst fire is looking better, but now it looks like this one might supplant it as the new fire of concern. Again, not immediately threatened, but if this fire becomes large, the downwind region would be Silmar and San Fernando eventually, if it made it across the mountains, which again is speculative, but given the conditions and lack of resources, I wouldn't rule it out. The Palisades fire is now confirmed to be over 15,000 acres. I suspect it's probably over 20,000 at this point because there's always a lag. This perimeter map is very old. You can ignore it. I guess maybe this perimeter map is more accurate, but you can still somewhat ignore it. There's ongoing structural loss in Topanga Canyon, in Pacific Palisades, and in Malibu. Still, there are new structures burning as we speak. And there's new information coming out of the Eaton fire of the level of destruction. This, unfortunately, appears to be another instance where a wildfire moved through the suburbs and into a downtown area. It sounds like downtown Altadena. Parts of it have been destroyed, including Main Street commercial structures, multi-story buildings, apartment complexes, gas stations, grocery stores, things like that. The whole community suffering an enormous loss. There have been fires into the city of Pasadena, as far as I'm aware, as well as Monrovia. So, and again, there's minimal air support. There's a helicopter and an air attack, but that's about it. Conditions are still not that favorable. You can see there's now more aircraft working on the Palisades fire, and I suspect there will be air resources headed to the Lydia fire sooner rather than later. I'm going to pop this up full screen again just to see, since they zoomed in. This is the last 15 minutes. Actually, let's just look at the last 5 minutes on this new fire, the Lydia fire. And yeah, this one, I think this one is off to the races, unfortunately. I keep saying the only saving grace is that there aren't numerous fires. There's just 2 extremely bad ones. That's bad enough. It would be even worse if there were dozens of fires, which fortunately we're not seeing. And remarkably and fortuitously, there really haven't been any ignitions of consequence in Orange and San Diego counties. That really is very fortunate, and I hope it stays that way. We're not over yet. Red flag warnings continue, critical fire conditions continue, and we do have one significant, potentially very problematic new fire with this Lydia fire. This one is pretty concerning. Although at least it's initially going to be a while before it affects many structures, but this, on the other hand, it could become one that does. Checking in with ABC, that's not exactly what I want to see. Here's the satellite imagery, and I'll show, unfortunately, we do have a new fire to discuss here. This is the Palisades fire still burning hot. This is the Eaton fire still burning hot. And then here's the new Lydia fire. Not yet burning as hot as the others, but it's picking up steam. Visible satellite imagery. Again, you see these streaks of cirrus clouds that have finally dissipated in the last couple of frames. There's even a little bit of fresh snow over the highest elevation of the San Bernardino Mountains, which is remarkable. San Gabriel's as well. from yesterday's isolated snow showers, but mainly other than that, it's dust and smoke everywhere. I mentioned power outages, and this is the source I usually use, poweroutage.us. Someone noted that there were 1.5 million outages, and that indeed is correct. In fact, it's over 1.5. And again, this is actually worse than it sounds, because 1.5 million customers is probably around 3 million people, because there's usually about 2.2 customers per, or 2.2 peoples per customer, because each customer is an individual structure. Often multiple people live at a given residence. Proportionally, the highest outages are actually in Ventura County, where more than half of all locations are without power. But in absolute numbers, the greatest numbers are in LA County, where it looks like about a quarter of all locations are without power. So these are large-scale outages. Also, over a substantial portion of Orange County, San Bernardino County, and Riverside County, large-scale outages throughout the areas affected by these extreme fire and wind conditions. Just checking in again with the Lydia fire, since this thing is okay. Yeah, moving south as expected and threatening multiple structures. Also impacting Metrolink traffic, so that's the train line along through Soledad Canyon. So it's moving south along the railroad tracks. I think it's in this dense vegetation at the bottom of the canyon right now. And then here's that live view. All right, so keeping in mind just that there's a lot going on, I did want to also reflect on some extraordinary footage. This is from Michael Steinberg from last night. And I'm just going to play some of this raw footage for you, offer some commentary. This is on YouTube. And this gives a sense of the conditions yesterday and last night.
Wildfire NATO back in there.
The extremity of the winds and the unstoppability of these sorts of fires once they get into the urban landscape and start
nobody
structure
We're okay.
Under extreme wind conditions.
Guys, be sure to like and share it. Share it to threads. Do anything, because this home is gone. Oh my gosh. Oh, these poor people.
So you can see how the winds just turn this into a conflagration.
This is again Monument Street. Monument or Monument Drive. This tree is going to start torching off here too because of the heat from this fire, from the home that's burning. Yep, there it goes. Oh, time to go now.
So I'm going to skip ahead a little bit.
Spot fire. Spot fire. Right here. Alright, I'm going to end the stream here. Yeah.
See, this is when things start really spreading from structure to structure. As you can see, it's not contiguous wall of flames. It's Ember storm after ember storm, spot fire after spot fire under these extreme conditions. Unfortunately, eventually, the structures catch and burn. Here's the conditions at night. Firestorm in the suburbs continues. see the winds. This is what firefighters have been up against. This is why the fire has moved so far into populated areas. There just aren't the resources available. Even if you had them, there's only so much you can do under conditions like this, with these huge showers and thunderstorms, billions and even billions of embers from a single burning structure, raining downwind. This is the challenge. These are the kinds of conditions under which
holy crap,
these wind-driven fires just create their own ignition sources over and over and over again, propagating and hopscotching and spotting downstream. You can see these individual. That's a grassy green median. That's burning. Bushes along the sidewalk burning. This is not a wildland fire anymore, but a suburban one that's using structures and cultivated vegetation as its primary fuel source at this point. Ultimately, fuel is fuel, and under these conditions, you can see all these embers lingering on the paved surface because they're so large and burning so hot. So apparently my sound level is a little bit unbalanced with the YouTube sound, so given this, I'm going to just, not quite mute it, but prioritize my own voice. You can really just see this ember storm, as I was mentioning. These millions and billions of embers from a single burning structure falling downwind, the source for numerous new ignitions downwind. This just happened in hundreds of different locations in these fire zones last night. Just look at all those embers. Each of those individually can go on to spark a spot fire downwind. And this is the challenge. These are not necessarily wildfires anymore at this point, but something else, a suburban or urban configuration. The fuel is still there, it's just this, in this case in the form of cultivated vegetation, grass and roadway medians, trees and bushes in people's backyard, wooden fences, and then, of course, the structures themselves.
Start recording. The way you did the other video?
Again, all of this footage is from Michael Steinberg on his YouTube channel. But this is what it looked like last night. And this is why we're witnessing the aftermath of what we are today. Pretty surreal. Just a sea of flame and embers, literally. This continues, and I think you get the idea. You now see this spreading to other structures downwind. All right, so yes, I'll share the link to that video so folks can see it. That's a good idea. Let me do that now, and hopefully the audio is now clearer. I believe that's the correct, yeah, okay, so apologies here for the slight technical difficulties in this context. I wasn't quite sure how I wasn't quite sure in this case how the sound capture was going to work, but I think I've resolved that now. Whoops, sorry, that's the wrong window there. Need to get over to. Let's see. So you should be seeing my face again. All right, sorry about the audio, but I know that you all were able to see the video still, which is really what I wanted to communicate. And that's the conditions we're up against. All right, so let me quickly check in on watch duty. Checking in on the new Lydia fire. Yeah, okay, this is taken off. Fire spotting a half-mile ahead of itself. Fixed-wing air tankers are being requested, so this is a new major fire. Yikes, here's the new camera view. Here's the 15-minute view since I've been speaking. As you can see, it starts off a little bit modest, but this is clearly cooking off, taking off to the races, and there we go. Oh, sorry. I guess it's not. I didn't share that on screen. All right. In any case, the Lydia fire is taking off. I'll share that image again before the end of the session. And I'm also taking a look just to see what else is interesting to show. Okay. All right. I'm going to answer some questions first right now, and then I'm going to go back to sharing some of the content that I've got available on my side right now. Okay. Thanks for all the kind words, by the way, and thanks again for all of your support. It really does help. Are there any up-to-date perimeter maps anywhere? No, there is essentially, Rebecca asks, they're essentially always out of date, but they're especially out of date right now because the fire is moving so quickly and they haven't been able to put the perimeter mapping planes up. There are maps, the most up-to-date ones are on watch duty, but the perimeters are larger than reflected there. There's always a temporal lag. If a fire is still advancing forward, it's always going to be larger than the most recent size update. And the lag is particularly long now because they haven't been able to get those mapping flights up today. Joseph mentions, and I'm sorry to hear this, that my Altadena friends lost their home and the entire block is gone. They're over a mile from Eaton Canyon, and yes, downtown Altadena, including the area around Lake Avenue, East Mariposa intersection, is gone. That is unfortunately consistent with what I'm hearing, and I don't think that's just an anecdote. I think that's pretty much confirmed at this point. Is there any risk of fire on the Palo Verdes Peninsula where there's a good deal of brush? There's always some risk. It is a high fire risk zone under conditions like this, although the winds there are starting to decrease, so the risk is still elevated, but it's not as high as it would have been at the peak of the winds last night, which I think answers the following question from Allison. The winds are now starting to decrease, but they're still strong in some areas and will remain so for several days in some areas. Though the peak of the winds has now officially passed. Problem is now, the humidity is now lower than it was before, and temperatures are higher than they were before. So we're trading off extent and magnitude of the winds for drier air and hotter temperatures, and that will be the case over the next few days. It is also worth noting that there are 2 additional offshore wind events now in the forecast with no rain in between them. in the next week or so. None of them look as strong as this one, but again, these fires, at least patches of them, will be burning for days, if not weeks. And so that could still be a concern, as well as the potential for new fires until the rains finally arrive. So the reason why today is warming is that we have warming downslope compressional heating, as we did yesterday. But yesterday we also had cold air advection, so cold air blowing in from the east. Today we still have that warming effect from the compressional heating, but we no longer have that advection of cold air. It's neutral air, so neither cold nor warm air blowing in. So essentially, imagine you were trying to compress a bicycle pump that initially had very cold air inside it. It's going to heat the air, but it's still going to be relatively chilly. But imagine instead you're compressing that air inside a bicycle pump and the air is starting off much warmer or even on the warm side. Then it's going to be considerably warmer than it was in the alternative scenario. That's essentially what's going on. It also means the humidity ends up being lower because for a given amount of absolute moisture in the air, at warmer temperatures you have lower relative humidities. Honestly, it's becoming a little bit difficult to get hour-by-hour updates. The scope of the disaster is so vast that we are sort of at the point where I can't follow very easily via social media. Watch Duty, even I think the app and the reporting is getting a little bit overwhelmed. We've essentially have two historic wildfire catastrophes unfolding at once, and there is now a new fire that could become very problematic. So the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire individually will be historic events. Together they will be something even greater. And I am genuinely worried what the final toll will show in terms of the scope of the physical losses and probably at least some degree of untold human loss in terms of loss of life and life-altering injuries. It does sound like there were a fair number of those, especially in the Eaton fire last night. We are lucky that we didn't have even more events like that. There was the potential to have 3, 4, 5 such events last night. It's awful that we have 2 historic firestorms, but there could have been even more. And the Palisades fire probably would have resulted in significant loss of life had it occurred instead several hours later in darkness. As it was, there was a chaotic evacuation where hundreds of vehicles were abandoned, some of them burned, on Sunset Boulevard and adjacent streets. LA County bulldozers came through eventually and bulldozed the abandoned cars out of the way to reestablish egress and ingress routes yesterday as a result of that frantic evacuation. And that did ultimately allow, as far as I can tell, everybody to escape. There were some injuries, but there were no fatalities. I think if that had happened at night, that could have been a really horrific traffic jam overrun by flames. That did happen in Paradise and has happened in places like Lahaina and in other high death toll fires in recent years. So we were really lucky. We got very close to that happening yesterday in Pacific Palisades. The town is completely devastated as it is, but it does appear that at least in that part of that fire, the death toll currently stands at 0. So I'm going to share my screen again. I think I'm going to take a look at some live camera views because I think that's maybe the best way to see what's going on at the moment all around. All right, so I'll share my screen. Here's satellite again. 2 new developments to talk about here. Again, these are the existing fires. This is the new Lydia fire, which is unfortunately developing a pretty strong thermal signature. Another indication this one's really taking off. There is also now a new fire down south of Tijuana in northern Baja. They are also experiencing strong downslope Santa Ana winds from the northeast. So I can't tell from this map whether this is near a population center or not, but that could be a significant fire down in Mexico. There may also be another small fire near the border there on the Mexican side of the international border. But for Southern California and LA County, the big concern now, of course, are the two existing major fires and now what does appear to be a new major one with a lot of room to run. And again, here's that satellite. Here's that visible satellite. So here is the Magic Mountain camera showing that fire. I'm trying to see now. Both of the cameras are showing it. Let's see it. This is the last 5 minutes again since I've been talking. Yeah, this one has got a big plume. This one has escaped initial attack, it looks like. So not great. Let's see if there's a narrative response. There's that half-mile spotting. Palisades fire. Okay, that's just an acreage update. Looks like the Lydia fire is getting some air support, but it might be a little bit late. So this one is taking off. No other new ones to report at the moment. This is the ABC7 live feed. Nothing too dramatic right now, so I will leave it. Power outages, let's see how they've trended. 15. So there's actually a slight increase still in power outages from last check. And okay, I will return to my comments here. All right, so let's see what people are talking about again. Oh yes, I was going to do some live cameras. Sorry, I missed that. I'll go back and take a look in just a moment. There really isn't any rain at all in the forecast for Southern California. I hate to say it, but I just don't really see an obvious end in sight right now. The winds will not be nearly as bad as they've been recently, so that will be the major reprieve. But in terms of season-ending rains, I just don't see that right now. Question from Jason from LA Daily News. I'm able to say why the winds are so strong this year compared to typical Santa Ana. This is an unusually strong Santa Ana. It's an unusual weather setup where a low-pressure system didn't set up over the Great Basin but came very close, actually over the southeastern deserts of California. So the winds are both stronger than a typical Santa Ana from a slightly different direction and also reached maximum magnitudes at lower elevations in the valley. So that's one problem. But this event is much less extreme. This is certainly not an unprecedented Santa Ana wind event. What is so unprecedented is the antecedent dryness. So this is Santa Ana wind season. Some years we get big ones, some years we get not so big ones. This is exactly the time of year when you should expect them. But this year, the incredible lack of rain and the anomalous warmth leading up to the present in recent weeks and months in Southern California is what has led to this, precipitated this crisis, in the sense that the offshore winds, had it rained a nice inch or two, or even a below average but above zero amount in recent weeks, we would not be seeing these catastrophic fires in January. But because we have this sequence of extraordinarily wet conditions for the past 2 years, which resulted in abundant growth of grass and brush throughout coastal Southern California, and then experienced this wet to dry whiplash event, with then a very wet season being followed by the driest season on record and being punctuated across inland areas by the hottest summer on record, an anomalous heat in recent weeks and months, we have vegetation that is extremely dry, anomalously, unusually, even historically dry in some cases for the time of year, and that confluence of that extremely dry vegetation condition plus an unusually strong Santa Ana wind event is why we are where we are right now. There's a comment from Steve that infrared wildfire signature on the satellite imagery in Baja is northeast of Ensenada, which it makes sense. Is there a reason why the fires are concentrated in the area where they are, not farther south? Well, that's where the most extreme winds and humidity have been. It's also where the most people live, so there's the most ignition sources. It's somewhat random, but it's notable that LA County specifically is the area where the Weather Service issued a particularly dangerous situation red flag warning on the National Weather Service Storms Prediction Center, responsible for national scale fire weather prediction, specifically highlighted in a large area of extremely critical conditions. In other adjacent counties, they highlighted merely regular old critical, not extremely critical. So it was the place where the very most extreme weather conditions were occurring. So it's actually a very, very good forecast in that sense. CAL FIRE is saying that the wind is a once in 25 years event. Do I disagree? Yes. It's unusual. The winds are definitely stronger than a typical Santa Ana event, and they are stronger than we've seen in some years in some places. But and perhaps locally it was something like a recurrence interval of a quarter century, 25 years. But here, really the key is we would have probably seen similar fires had the winds been 10 or 20% weaker, but we still had those winds combined with the antecedent dryness. So the winds are the driver, but the real catalyst, the thing that made this possible, that would have made it impossible had it not been the case, is this incredible antecedent dryness. So for me, that is the historic thing. If the winds are a 1 in a 5-year event in some places and a 1 in 25-year event in some other places, I could believe that, although I generally think it's less than that in terms of the extremity. But the lack of rain and the anomalous warmth and dryness that we've seen in the past 6 months, that's something that we haven't seen in record going back to the 1800s. So that's the far more significant factor in terms of the historical anomalousness. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen once more, and then I will need to take a break again, but keep the stream open in the background. All right, so here is watch duty again. So the Lydia fire updated. It's now at least 50 acres, which is, of course, not what we want to hear. Take a look at the camera on this one again. We'll look at the most recent 5 minutes just to blow this up on screen. Not clear exactly where this is pointing. I think this is off center, so this is actually not looking directly at the fire. It's in the smoke plume now. This is the other camera that pivoted to see the smoke. Yeah, this fire is actually pretty close to the camera site now, so can't really see it. All right, well that's not good news. That's not a no news is good news situation. In fact, if we go over to radar, tell you what, we can now see that fire. That's the Lydia fire plume. So once it starts showing up on radar, that's not the best news in the world. Of course, the Eaton fire continues to show up on radar, and pulses from the Palisades fire. A lot of them are below the radar beam, but they continue to show up too. So at least 3 to 4 major fires still burning. See what the update in the Palisades fire is. That's just the mapping update. All right, so let's take a look at some of the cameras if we can. That camera's offline. That was 23 hours ago. That's 23 hours ago. All of these cameras are now offline. Okay, this is 1 minute ago. This is a view. No, you can't see the fire. That's the wrong direction. All right, here's downtown Santa Monica tower camera. Okay, this is giving us a pretty good view now. Let's pull that up. Here is the view from the past 3 hours of the Palisades fire, the eastern flank of the Palisades fire upon request from Santa Monica looking west. So you can see wind-driven, lots of smoke, and then this cloud layer on top is clearing a bit. The smoke, you can see structures burning on the western part of, far western part of Santa Monica, eastern Pacific Palisades. That's that black smoke coming up. This is within the past couple of hours. The plume is lifting up, which is mixed news. So the most recent imagery is showing this. This is actually now developing a tilted pyrocumulus plume. You can see, so the heel of the fire back here, all the way back here in Brentwood, is looking a little bit better as the winds have died down. So this region is looking a little bit better. but there is still clearly active structural loss occurring here, right down to the beach. And then this region of the fire is starting to exhibit more of a plume. As the winds weaken, this fire is becoming more plume and terrain dominated. So there's still pretty strong winds. You can see that evidenced by the tilted plume down here. So you see the angle of the plume. That means that it's not, instead of rising upward in light winds, it's getting pushed horizontally. So we're still seeing that there. But here, instead of seeing this plume be nearly horizontal out into the ocean as we saw earlier, we're now seeing it kind of lift up like this. That's telling us that we still have winds like this, but that the fire is energetic enough to produce its own plume upward, and it's not being completely tilted over by the wind. So that's a mixed blessing depending on where you are. So that's an interesting view. See if we can get some other cameras here. That camera is still online. It looks like the fire blew through this region. The camera stayed on. Okay, let's see if we can get a view of the camera. That's the back side of the fire. That's not telling us much. Okay, that's socked in with smoke, or damaged, socked in with. So these might be damaged. I don't know. It's possible the cameras themselves were damaged. Let's take a look at these. Okay, this is a little bit more interesting. If we pull this up, this is on Saddle Peak. You can see the active fire, so you can see again the heel of the fire back. Well, you can see the heel of the fire right back here. The wind's pushing it this way. So still clearly a wind-driven fire at the moment in this vicinity. And that's about all we got in terms of camera views on this fire. Let's see what we can see again down on the Eaton fire in terms of cameras. Here's one on the far eastern flank of the fire that's not pointed in the right direction. Here's a camera. It looks like the site actually got burned over, but the camera survived. That camera looks like it got dumped with fire retardant. Just looking at which of these views is the right one. Okay, so this is a good one. Here is a south-looking view from Mount Wilson. Where's the play button? So obviously this fire is getting close to Mount Wilson. It's backing uphill, so this could be more of a threat to Mount Wilson later, although it's not imminently under threat. And then we can see a west-looking view from Mount Wilson as well. A slightly better view. Again, you can see the heel of the fire here with east to west winds continuing to blow it. There's the Mount Disappointment view. Get a similar story. Trying to see if we can get cameras that are looking into the areas that have been, the urban areas that have been devastated by this fire. Really, there aren't a lot of camera views there that we can see. Check in again on the Lydia fire. I'll take a look at what the camera is showing there. This is a slightly better view, last 15 minutes. Again, it's right in the smoke plume, so it's pretty hard to tell what's going on. Looks very active, though. And then if we, this camera might be able to tell us that's too smoky to see. Okay, here's a better view. This is from Mount McDill. Past 15 minutes, you can see this is a pretty aggressively burning wind-driven fire. They're not going to catch this one quickly, unfortunately. And the other view, the zoomed-in view, again, this is the new Lydia fire, also wind-driven. And that's the same view, I think. Here's the zoomed-out version. I guess they're pointed in the same direction now. So you can actually see the spotting downwind. You can see their spot fires way down there, so they zoomed in a little bit too much. Okay. So that's the main new fire of concern. Still not seeing any other new ones. but this is the one to watch, in addition to the two big bad ones that are already burning. All right, folks, I'm going to call it a session for now. I'm going to keep this live session open as I have been doing recently. This will be should be the right link for the rest of the day. And I will return. I'll let you know when we're back later today into the evening. And you can either stay in this live stream. The link will remain valid and open. You can continue the chat with other folks. Or you can come leave and return to this again as well. All right, thank you, and I will post an update in the live chat on the session the next time I'm going live. All right, folks. Thanks for joining once again. This will be my last live stream of the day. Excuse me, I apologize for my upper respiratory symptoms. Thanks for joining again. I know it's been a rough day for many folks, and it's going to continue to be a rough week for many thousands more. There are hundreds of thousands of people at this point currently under either evacuation orders or warnings as a result of the devastating wildfires in Southern California, most of whom are in Los Angeles County. So this event really turned out to be quite squarely focused on LA County. It's a big county. It's a geographically and climatologically diverse county, and multiple parts of the county were hit extremely hard by this high wind and extreme wildfire event. At this point, there have been numerous fires, but the two that ended up being the real big deal, the real deal ones, were the Palisades fire in western LA County, extending at this point all the way from Brentwood and the far western portion of Santa Monica, all the way west, encompassing, unfortunately, most of Pacific Palisades, and burning all the way to the eastern half of Malibu along the coast, along with some of the Santa Monica Mountains in between, up in some portions of Topanga Canyon. Active fire continues as well. There has been, for lack of a better term, extreme levels of structural loss on this fire. Confirmed officially are about 1,000 structures, but at this point, given the information I'm seeing, I would not be surprised if the actual total structural loss on that fire alone is closer to 10,000 structures. There's even a slight chance it's more than that, more than 10,000. I don't really know. Part of the problem is it's been very difficult to get accurate information, because it's been difficult to get air resources into the area until very recently. There are air resources there now, finally, a fixed wing and helicopter, but that live footage from news media helicopters right now is depicting, at last count, dozens, if not hundreds, of structures that are still actively burning on that fire right now, most of which had not burned as of earlier today. So whatever the number was this morning, the level of structural loss is unfortunately higher now than it was, and I expect it to be much higher than the official numbers, particularly with the Palisades fire. And again, there are structures that are actively burning as far east as the western fringe of Santa Monica, and evacuation warnings and orders extend startlingly far eastward into the city of Santa Monica proper, reaching, at least for evacuation warnings at this point, almost to the Santa Monica Promenade. I don't think I think the peak risk of actual fire in that part of the region has now decreased as the winds are coming down. But there are other hazards. There are lines down, there are gas leaks, and there are still spot fires around. So I suspect that some of those evacuations are for secondary hazards, just to keep people out of the area. The drinking water supply in some limited portions of the Santa Monica Mountains in western LA County has apparently been compromised, and so there is a boil water advisory for some locations. I don't know exactly which. I do not believe it is for the larger cities. Meanwhile, to the east in LA County, the Eaton fire, which began in Eaton Canyon after sunset last night, has spread to around 15,000 acres at last check. It's again hard to know. There has not been an official perimeter update in a while. This fire burned a good portion of Altadena. Not just suburban neighborhoods, but also the downtown core has been heavily damaged. Grocery stores, schools, public buildings, multi-story structures have all burned, many of which are still actively burning. So it is unclear there also exactly what the full scope of the damage is, except that it is catastrophic in Altadena and in some surrounding areas as well. The official structure loss estimate, again, it's very preliminary, is around 500 structures, but here again, I expect the final toll to end up much higher, almost certainly in the four figures, so in the thousands. So ultimately, it's this is a multi-thousand structure loss event, potentially in excess of 10,000 structures in total. I speculated earlier that the Palisades fire could ultimately become the most expensive fire in California history in terms of insured losses, and perhaps by other definitions as well. I still think that's plausible. We won't know more. Ultimately, the majority of the damage that's going to be done has already been done, although there are still some structures newly burning now, so that's not quite true. But some folks have expressed skepticism, but then I pointed out that a lot of folks were assuming that several hundred structures had burned instead of thousands, and potentially as many as 10,000. Again, that is my personal estimate based on information I see floating around. It may be less than that, but it also could be more than that. We just don't know at this point. It's clearly in the four figures. That much is already been confirmed. As of this point, there are still no reported fatalities on the Palisades fire, although there are a number of injuries, some of them quite serious. There are, unfortunately, a growing number of fatalities that have been reported on the Eaton fire. The number is 5, and it may climb further. There are also a number of injuries there. There have been some structures lost in some other fires. There were a bunch of fires that burned between 2 and 5 or 2 and 10 structures last night as well. These didn't even make the news because the other events were so dramatic, but you add them up, and that is made for a very bad month for a number of other people all throughout LA County as well. And there have been additional fires that have broken out today, but the good news is that despite some of them initially taking off, once the winds died down, a pretty aggressive air attack was able to knock a lot of these down. We're certainly not out of the woods yet. As I mentioned, there's still ongoing structural loss occurring on both the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire to the east. And there are still red flag warnings in effect for much of the area. They've been downgraded from particularly dangerous situation, extremely critical warnings, to merely critical, which is a reprieve of sorts, especially given that the winds are much weaker now in many places than was the case earlier. The trade-off is that temperatures are now warmer and humidity much lower. In fact, the humidity in Santa Monica just if you round, reached 0%. There is essentially no moisture in the atmosphere at the surface right now, and almost no moisture in the entire atmospheric column going up to the top of the atmosphere. So relative humidity at less than 1%. A dew point of minus 30 or minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Of course, the dew point being a measure of absolute moisture. There is absolutely no moisture in this extremely dry atmosphere. So the trade-off is the winds are coming down, although it is still breezy to windy in some places, but the humidity is extremely low now everywhere, and that poses new challenges. Notably, by the way, there's been multiple studies suggesting that the Santa Ana winds will become much drier in a warming climate, so associated with lower relative humidity. We've certainly seen some record-breaking low relative humidity during Santa Ana events recently. So that extremely low humidity will continue for a couple more days, and actually the Santa Ana winds will pick back up again, I'm sorry to say, tomorrow afternoon. They will not be as extreme or as widespread as they were yesterday or last night. They will be a more traditional, moderate, even locally strong Santa Ana event once again, but it will primarily be confined to the mountains and the usual valley suspects. So we will not see the same kind of widespread damaging winds we saw previously. However, given that there are multiple large fires burning in those places, that could still present some real problems with the ongoing firefight, or with any new ignitions that occur in those locations. And there are additional Santa Ana wind events on the horizon. I'm sorry to say there could be an additional 2 Santa Ana events just in the next 7 days. And 1 or 2 of them could be moderate to strong. I do not think they'll be as strong as the ones we just experienced, but that's still potentially going to cause problems. No rain on the horizon for the next 10 days. The only real piece of optimism is that the European model ensemble suggests that there could be a bit of rain toward the end of January in Southern California. The American model ensemble suggests that is unlikely to be the case. So pick your favorite, I guess. Right now, nothing in the next 10 days. So this challenge continues. I will reflect briefly that we actually have a major new paper on increasing hydroclimate volatility on a warming Earth coming out tomorrow. And as a preview, one of the specific examples that we pose is this exact scenario that has now unfolded this week in Southern California, with extremely wet conditions 2 preceding years followed by an exceptionally hot and dry period, a record dry period in some cases in Southern California so far this season, resulting in a wet to dry whiplash event, if you will, that facilitates rapid and abundant growth of grass and brush on the front end, and then kiln dries, for lack of a better term, all of that extremely abundant grass and brush, drying it out to potentially record dry levels during the dry phase of that whiplash event that follows. And so then that 1-2 punch, that moistening and abundant grass and brush growth followed by extremely hot and dry conditions that follows, is a recipe for, if we have a strong wind event like we just did, that sets the stage for the wind event to facilitate some pretty serious fires. Just excuse me for like 10 seconds. I'll apologies, that upper respiratory infection. I figured no one really wanted to see me sneeze on live on camera. Sounds like there's a new fire in Hollywood. I actually have ABC7 live. Oh boy, okay, I'm gonna transfer. Man, this is a different conversation than I thought I was gonna have. Stand by. I'm gonna give you the live. I'm gonna share the screen. All right, so what I'm showing here, this is a new fire apparently that just broke out in the Hollywood Hills. The big concern here, of course, is the Hollywood Hills is right in the middle of LA, surrounded by, there is dry vegetation, but it's surrounded by structures in every direction. So no matter where this fire goes, as you can see, it's burning pretty aggressively upslope. That could threaten structures pretty quickly, apparently in Runyon Canyon. All I gotta say is, as bad as this is now, and it could be pretty bad, we are lucky this didn't happen last night when we had 60-mile-an-hour winds in this vicinity. That's for sure. I'm gonna turn the audio on, see what we hear.
At least if the way it's going with the terrain, I think it's going to head up towards Mulholland. But hopefully they can start dropping water in the next couple of minutes.
Well, that's the question. If the wind drives it, Mulholland is north of there, right?
Right.
Hollywood is south. So if the wind drives it, it's going to push it south. But if it's terrain driven uphill, it would go north toward Mulholland.
It's another one of these situations like we were talking about in Topanga Canyon earlier this afternoon, where the wind is blowing one way. All the smoke that you see in the foreground of this shot right here, that smoke is coming towards Air 7. It is coming in our direction, in the southerly direction. Those are Santa Ana winds blowing the smoke towards us. But if you push in on the flames, those flames are moving in the opposite direction.
Okay, so I'm going to do some on-screen drawing because what you just heard described by the chopper pilot, so the wind is blowing in this direction. So there is still moderate Santa Ana winds blowing in this direction. However, as is noted, the flames are moving almost perfectly in alignment with slope. So here's the LA County Nighthawk water dropping helicopter. Unfortunately, this fire is already kind of spreading a little bit beyond the capacity of a couple of water drops to put it out. But we'll see what happens. But there's two things going on. There's wind. You can see the smoke blowing downslope like this. You can see the fire is also moving upslope against the wind. So the fires can do this, and this is a problem because it means it can move in multiple directions at once. Right now, it's the preheating of the upslope hot air and hot gases that are producing this sort of upslope flow. But there's also some progression back downslope. Fires will move downslope if the wind pushes them in that direction, and you can see that happening. In fact, you see these little spot fires developing. So man, that one's really popping up. So you can zoom out, you can see this Runyon Canyon road here, Fire Road, ironically. But the problem is, again, in every direction, this is surrounded by expensive homes. That's for sure. So you can see, while we were speaking, the Santa Ana winds caused this fire to spot to the south. So the winds are causing the spotting in that direction. So there's upslope spread up to the top. I think it was Mulholland up at the top. Downslope spread from the ongoing Santa Ana winds. Hopefully that's not a long-range spot there. Down here, can't quite tell, but certainly this is. So this is rapidly becoming a major brush fire in the Hollywood Hills. So it just goes to show you, even though conditions are less extreme than they were last night, they're still facilitating rapid explosive fire growth. And I think this fire, I mean, you can see, we've just been watching. It's been about 60 seconds since these spots fire started, and they're already several hundred feet in diameter. So I'm going to turn the audio back on so we can hear.
And you have spot fires being blown towards Hollywood. This is a fire that is literally right in the smack dab in the middle of the Hollywood Hills, due north of Hollywood Boulevard, no more than a mile off of the boulevard, and it's already spotting. Look at that, a big spot fire right there in the middle of your screen. Go ahead and push out, push in right there.
And that spot's growing.
Big flames right there. That one spot is going to go up and grow exponentially here as we keep an eye on it. And
so you can see, again, with the fire dynamics, the winds, the Santa Ana winds cause the spot fire to move in this direction with fire progression, but then once the spots are established, now they're moving back up slope. So this fire is kind of doing this, and then it's going to go further and do that and do that. And so that's how these fires, you can see it's spreading upslope in that direction, upslope in this direction, downslope in that direction. And it looks like it's slowing down when it reaches the ridgeline up here. But slowing down, of course, being a relative term, this is still a fast-growing brush fire.
I want to take a moment to announce that LA Unified Schools, all LA Unified Schools will be closed tomorrow. So we want to get that information out there.
All right. So can we get the satellite view? Is it possible for your camera person to give us that satellite daytime view just for a second, so we get a sense of
the overlay.
We're seeing
the overlay. Give them the overlay if you can. If not, no big deal.
Yeah. All right.
I'm sorry, Mark. It might not be available right now. I apologize. But just look at that spot fire. Look at that spot fire that sparked up 30 seconds ago, and look at the size of it now. It's over 200 feet right now. It started as a little speck. Go ahead and push right in on that fire, right there, middle of the screen. Go push right in there. That spot fire is already exponentially growing.
Wow. Yeah, it started as a pretty small spot. We all saw it erupt there, and it is growing. Let's give the street names again, if we could. Curson was one of them.
Wide now, Lucas.
And again,
Waddles Drive, Curson Avenue, Curson Place, Curson Terrace, Bonita Avenue, Hillside Avenue, Vista Street. Go ahead and push down a little bit. Just tilt down slightly so we can show some more of the streets.
Too. Yeah, Bonita.
Sierra Bonita, yeah. Franklin Avenue, Gardner Street, which is where the fire department is responding right now. Almost certainly they'll have LAPD going door to door here to start evacuating this neighborhood. Stanley Avenue and Nichols Canyon Road. This whole section here between Vista Street and Nichols Canyon is under the gun right now.
And so heavily populated, so many apartments and homes very close together.
We are in the heart of Hollywood,
Yeah.
guys. This thing is spotting and growing by the second. I can't emphasize it enough. There is no way to dramatize this. This is real and happening in real time, and it's happening fast, just in the last 10 minutes.
And excuse myself so we can go ahead and start to strategize and move towards mitigating this additional major emergency in the city. Thank you.
All right, that was Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, I think, excusing herself. It's what I believe is happening.
Wow. Wow.
So that she could address this fire that we're watching
The
here.
reason she knows about it is because Chris Christie spotted the glow in the sky. He was over, right? You were over the Palisades fire. You saw the glow from this one, came over to investigate, and discovered the fire.
That's exactly right. It started as a speck in the distance. We weren't even sure. I couldn't even believe what I was looking at, to be quite honest. And as we got closer, it became very apparent because it was growing and flaring up right before our eyes. And it only took us a couple of minutes to get over here. And just in the last few minutes that we've been on the air, I can tell you it has at least quadrupled in size.
And with these winds, even though they have died down, and we've been hearing that they were scheduled to die down a little bit after 6 p.m., they are still blowing. They're still blowing. And even if it's 10, 15 miles an hour, the embers can fly and start new fires very easily, as we've already seen when you showed us that.
All right, folks. Well, I hate to say it, but given the way this is going, I would be surprised if this fire does not burn some structures tonight. Just how aggressive the spread is. Clearly, there's still some downslope wind component that's pushing this pretty aggressively. There's a lot of houses in close proximity. These are fairly narrow, winding roads to get up for firefighter ingress, egress. The only good news is that they will be able to use the water-dropping helicopters on the flanks of the fire tonight, the night-dropping. They have limited capacity when it's extremely windy. The winds are still elevated, but they're not as extreme, and that's going to help with that capacity at least. Again, we're really lucky this didn't happen last night, but that luck still might not be enough to avoid another destructive brush fire. I'm not seeing a lot of firefighting resources. You would typically see the flashing lights of fire vehicles up on these streets if they were there. We saw that one water drop from a helicopter up on this flank. It helped up here, but now that's not the main direction of spread, unfortunately. This is a downslope, downhill moving fire. So I'm going to briefly take a look at the comments section, and then I'll come back over this in just a minute. Just to be clear, the footage I'm showing right now is a brand new fire. It's burning aggressively, and it is occurring right now, and there is still wind, significant wind. Okay, I'm going to bring this back up. I'll bring their audio back up again.
They are all kind of in the path of this fire right now. The chief of the fire department, Kristen Crowley, having had to excuse herself from that press conference she was dealing with in order to deal with this new fire. And we saw one drop, right? Are you seeing other resources that are arriving on scene?
I can tell you they are now attaching a number of units from all over the city, as well as the San Fernando Valley, and LA County Fire is now dispatching a number of units to help out the city of LA. Resources are stretched so thin that they are requiring all hands on deck for this one. Anybody available is going to be heading to this fire as it's continuing. Just in the last few seconds while you were talking there, Mark, look at this thing blowing up. It is blowing up and spotting ahead of itself as the wind is literally shoving it south. I mean, these winds are still coming through here at a decent clip. I don't have an exact reading on the wind.
Okay, so again, what we're seeing here is frankly pretty concerning. I was really hoping that at least we were done with this for the evening. I really should have, I really jinxed it when I said this was my last live stream of the night. So this is unfortunately a very notable lesson in fire behavior. This fire is occurring in a topographic bowl. The bowl orientation is like this relative to the fire. The wind is, I could let these things stay on. The bowl is like this. The fire is moving down slope within a topographic bowl. The summit of the Hollywood Hills is up here. Hollywood itself is somewhere down in this area. And this fire is now burning very aggressively downhill. This is a downhill motion primarily via spotting. So there are downslope winds. I think this is another Nighthawk water dropping helicopter. We may see, we can kind of see that the heat has been taken out of the fire, well, up at the top, but that's unfortunately, this is primarily moving in this direction. So these are some pretty aggressive flame lengths. You can see there's upslope components of spread, there's downslope components of spread. The upslope component, again, being being forced primarily by the warm temperatures, the hot gases that rise, hot air rises, right? But then the downslope component being pushed by the winds themselves. So we are continuing to see both downslope and upslope motion on this fire. And I think it's Stu in the helicopter mentioned, this has, we've only been watching this for like 5 minutes, and it's moved like a quarter of a mile or half a mile downhill in that time. That is, there are houses, I think, starting about here. So this is about to move into some houses. It seems like these are the very first resources arriving on scene, and I think those are police vehicles. I don't even think those have firefighting capacity. As was mentioned, resources are being stretched extremely thin right now. There is no more to go around. So I'm hoping that is not a spot fire down here. Let's see if that is. I suspect it is.
I do not know what kind of fuel is around that fire, but we can only assume the worst at this point. Look at that. Look at that. That little fire right there is shooting up embers at the end of Vista Street with the winds blowing in the southerly direction. That spot fire is about 100 yards away from the initial fire, 100 yards south, 100 yards closer to this neighborhood. Now only about less than, well under a mile from Hollywood Boulevard.
So basically what we're seeing in real time right now is how a small fire can become a big fire. This
Very
is how
quickly.
all of these fires that we've been dealing with that are now thousands of acres in size and thousands of structures have burned. This is how they grow. Driven by the winds, pushed along. The front line of the fire moves along with the wind, and then embers get pushed even farther. So literally, as we have watched now, 2 spots that have grown into their own larger areas of fire. And so we're seeing this spot that is moving it farther now past Person Avenue. Chris, and you are watching this in real time along with all of us as we do see police responding to the area, trying to get people out.
1 hour.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
No, I'm sorry, Mark. We're just doing a little housekeeping up here. We're still keeping an eye on the fire. Didn't mean to interrupt you there. We're still watching that little spot fire as well as the main body of flames just north of it continuing to spread. It's going to merge now with that hot spot here in the next couple of minutes. It's paralleling Curson Avenue.
Thanks,
I
Adam.
can only hope
appreciate
that the folks along Curson Avenue are heeding this and watching this or getting word of this somehow.
I don't know, Adam, if you're in Hollywood right now and you can see this, I bet you a lot of people who are, or really anywhere, probably within a 5 or 10 mile radius, can now see this this active fire in the Hollywood Hills that may go on to threaten parts of Hollywood proper within the hour, given how this is going. Really just remarkable, scary footage once again, I'm sorry to say. And all I can think is just look how bad this is amid more moderate wind conditions right now. Had this occurred last night, this already would have been down at Hollywood Boulevard, I think. I think that's fair to say. All right, we have Adam Conover looking on his roof. I think it might actually be visible. It's a pretty major plume and heat signature. Obviously, if you're going to be breathing in tons of smoke, don't do it. But if you're in a safe spot, you can probably see this fire from much of LA proper right now. This is much closer to the urban core of LA than any of the fires so far during this event. I'm going to quickly check watch duty, see if there's any additional information. This is known as the Sunset Fire, not too surprising. I think it's more than 10 acres now. That'll be updated later. So I'm going to go back to check on the comments here, and then go back to the live streaming on ABC. Add do some hopefully value-added commentary here.
On the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, that's Hollywood Boulevard right there.
Chris, stand by.
Franklin
We're going to
Avenue.
begin Eyewitness News at 6 o'clock right now.
And it's been an unprecedented 24 hours in Southern California. We are seeing some of the most destructive fires to ever rip through L.A. County. Good evening, I'm Ellen Leyva.
I'm David Ono. The latest fire broke out a few minutes ago in the Hollywood Hills, so let's get right back to it. And there you see that fire. It's exponentially growing and just in a matter of minutes. Chris Christie, start our coverage.
David, you are looking live at a Hollywood Hills fire that is yet to be named, but has been burning for the better part of the last 20 to 30 minutes now. LA City Fire just wrapping their hands around this one, trying to get as many resources from across the city and from across the county into position. LA County Fire helping out here. I can see a whole line of fire trucks now speeding down Mulholland Drive, which is near the top of your screen, as the winds blow this large fire upwards of 50 to 60 acres directly towards Hollywood Boulevard. You're looking at several of the neighborhoods that extend into the hills here, just west of Runyon Canyon Road. We're talking about Franklin, Vista Street, Curson Avenue, Waddles Drive, Curson Terrace. All of those streets must be evacuated as soon as possible, and we can only hope that LAPD is able to get in there as soon as possible before it's too late to start going door to door. It might already be too late, because look at this fire as it's continuing to spread south. Just in the last, it's literally second by second, David. That spot fire near the left of the fire is already.
All right, so some additional commentary to what we're seeing, as has been noted by the folks in the helicopter. This spot fire was a single tree, started from a single ember just a couple minutes ago. We watched that live. That's now a raging brush fire unto itself. And this fire is continuing to have two axes of spread. The canyon, this is the uphill direction. But the fire has primarily moved in this direction, almost exactly downhill. You can see the smoke plume is moving approximately downhill. So the winds aloft and perhaps at the surface are still moving in this direction. But what's happening now is what we have a fire that's sending embers upward vertically through the hot column, the hot convection column. And then as they rise, they're getting blown over laterally, downslope, like in this direction, and starting new spot fires downwind. So the fire, hot air moving uphill is causing the fire to move in this direction, and then the spotting has a net movement in this direction too. There's also some uphill, upslope motions in those directions because it's a bowl, topographically speaking, and you can see that in this. There's the bowl. So they've helpfully have the this is actually a pretty sophisticated graphic. This is pretty much what's happening. The fire is mainly moving down slope. It's in the bowl. It's about mid-bowl location right now. We'll say this is a pretty amazing live news setup. I'm not sure I've ever seen anything quite like this in real time before. Okay, gonna check quickly on the comments again. So Adam can't see it, but he's got a bunch of friends who can. Thanks for looking. I'm glad you aren't close enough, I guess, that it's more prominent. Should people in Hollywood and West Hollywood prepare to evacuate? Asks Isabel. That depends on how close you are to the fire. I think you can see some of the specific streets right now. If you're the county sheriff is probably going to be going through with a two-tone siren. So by the way, if you ever hear police vehicle using a European-style two-tone siren, not the wail, but just the two distinct tones. In California, that is reserved specifically for, if you hear this, you need to evacuate the area. That's not a clear traffic, get out of the way thing. That's a, you need to leave if you're close enough to the vehicle that's using the two-tone siren to hear it. That's not very well known. So I suspect that's probably what's happening. There's probably some reverse 911. There may be some emergency wireless emergency alerts too. generally this is moving down toward Hollywood Boulevard. So if you are between Runyon Canyon and Hollywood Boulevard, I would consider evacuating. So I have an affirmative answer to that right now. Checking in
the
again.
direction of the fire and who is in danger. And there are a number of different neighborhoods, homes, and streets that could be in harm's way right now. Chris?
So there's Hollywood Boulevard.
It's continuing. It's continuing to spread south, but also there's a little bit of a flare-up now on the west side of the fire. You can push in right there, Lucas, and you can see a new head to this fire almost. So you've got the southern head right there. Over to the right, if you tilt over to the right, you can see another head to this fire as it creeps up this hillside here, which is just blanketed with very thick fuel and lots of trees just ripe for burning. Go ahead and widen out, and you're getting a better idea of just how close this is now to Curson. Curson Avenue was the closest street when we first arrived. Now Curson Avenue is in the thick of this. What I'd like to do, Johnny, if it's possible, can we get over to the west side to see how close it's getting over to these houses? I fear that there may already be houses that are within feet of the flames here, David.
Chris, I have another map for you that we could pop up. We could even split screen it if you want inside the booth. But here's the touch screen, and this is what we're.
So this is where it becomes really important. I was just talking about how the humidity in Santa Monica is near zero. This is where the fire is responding. Even though the winds are weaker, the humidity is much lower and temperatures are warmer tonight. And so again, this is the trade-off. So as the as the helicopter view pans around, I'm going to zoom in so we can see what's going on here.
And then you start getting into this massive amount of a populated area. And for perspective, we talked to you about Hollywood and Highland.
So what we can see right now on this is that the fire is still hung up in the canyon below the structures, as far as I can see for now. That may only be true for a few more minutes. Okay, here's the Nighthawk water dropper. It's choosing its target carefully, since it has a limited amount of water, and this is already a large and hot burning fire. You can kind of see the scope of it given the size of the helicopter in this view. Okay, so they may have decided to go for another pass somewhere else. My main concern are the homes down here. This fire is moving very rapidly downslope. So there's a secondary concern up along the canyon, but the downslope structures are the ones potentially at most risk right now. Okay, it looks like, I'm going to turn the audio on. It looks like there's a traffic jam of people here.
Towards Franklin and towards Hollywood Boulevard. So that's the main body of fire there. Let's go ahead and widen out again, Lucas, and show the proximity to Hollywood Boulevard from this angle. You're going to get a better idea of the geography here as that fire is being blown downhill through the Hollywood Hills towards Hillside Avenue, towards Gardner Street, where LAFD is responding, towards Vista Street, Sierra Bonita.
So the most immediate structure threat is probably right down in this area here. So if you're I guess this would be north of Hollywood Boulevard, between Curson and maybe El Cerrito, this is an imminent risk to you, down all the way potentially to Hollywood Boulevard.
Margaret Stewart from LA City Fire on the phone to let us know more information on this. Margaret, are you there?
Hello?
Hi there, Margaret. It's Ellen and David Ono. Yes, what can you tell us about this fire, this one that has broken out in just the last few minutes?
Yeah, so we need to get the word out to all your viewers that we have an immediate evacuation order in place in the Runyon Canyon area. So the east border is the 101 freeway, the north border is Mulholland, the west border is Laurel Canyon, and the south border is Hollywood Boulevard.
Can you say that one more time? I'm so sorry, but one more time. We're slowly writing it down, but yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. And we are working on a map as we speak, and so we'll have that up shortly. So on the right, so the east side is the 101 freeway.
Okay.
To the north is Mulholland.
Okay.
To the west is Laurel Canyon.
All right.
And to the south is Hollywood Boulevard.
Wow, and that is a lot of people in that vicinity.
I was going to draw that box on this, but it's actually a larger region than the current camera view, so that's an even broader evacuation zone than I just mentioned. So this is another major event.
Resources now. Obviously, this is of grave concern. We're watching this fire before our very eyes move very quickly. What are you putting on this fire to put it out?
I'm sorry, you got cut off a little bit.
Okay. Tell us about your manpower on this particular fight. What are you putting on it?
So we have over 20 additional fire engines that are en route right now and on scene. I'm sorry, this is a very dynamic situation. We've got 27 fire companies assigned to this incident, and we have air resources that have redirected. As we mentioned, this is obviously an explosive fire that has just blown up in Runyon Canyon, and it's in a very dangerous place. So we really cannot emphasize enough. Our law enforcement partners are activating, and we need everyone within that box. I'll repeat it again. On the east side is the 101 freeway. To the north is Mulholland. To the west is Laurel Canyon. To the south is Hollywood Boulevard.
And I will say to our view, go ahead.
I would say we understand that this is a heavily populated area, so we ask people to grab exactly what they need to get out the door. This is not a time to delay. This is not a time to try to use a garden hose to protect your home, as we've already seen what can happen in the Palisades. We need people to swiftly, calmly, and safely exit the area, and currently just head south.
Okay, heads.
All right, the advice is to head south. I'm going to draw that evacuation zone on the map here. So Hollywood Boulevard. So the 101 is here, so that is the eastern extent of the evacuation. Mulholland Drive is this zigzaggy road along the crest. Let me make these last. So here is the 101. Here is Mulholland approximately. Again, obviously I'm not drawing it exactly. Hollywood Boulevard, I believe, is here. So that is, actually, let me zoom in and make sure that's Hollywood Boulevard and not. Yes, it is. Okay, so I'll redraw that for folks. The 101, okay, that's staying up there. That's nice. Okay, so that's Hollywood Boulevard is here. So I don't know exactly what the designation is there. This is Laurel Canyon. So that's the box they're drawing. Anything inside the box, and they're saying it's time to go. And they're asking people to head south. The good news is, unlike in the Palisades, there's once you're in the flatlands, there's plenty of side streets to take. You don't have to take just one road. But that's a large area of concern. My personal concern of this evacuation area is this portion of it specifically, and this portion along the canyon walls. So I would say my area of greatest concern is sort of what I'm filling in. This region, and this region.
Fast, it's happening in real time. This fire has exploded, and I mean it has exploded tenfold, at least tenfold in the last half hour. It is exploding as it makes its way towards the south, towards Hollywood.
Fast this fire has spread, and again, to reiterate Margaret Stewart saying that just take what you can, whatever you need, immediately get out. Just take your medications and just get out of the. We've seen too many times people getting stuck in these canyons and in these windy streets and not being able to get out in time.
Just a devastating sight. It is a devastating sight to think of the insult to injury when the city is dealing with so much right now, and the county is dealing with so much right now, and now being put in the position to redirect those resources to the center of the city in Hollywood, just north of Hollywood Boulevard, between Mulholland and Hollywood Boulevard.
So what we're seeing on this live camera view, we're seeing, whoops, that's not what I wanted to have on camera right now. We're seeing a continuation of spotting over and over again. Continued, you can see the smoke blowing in this direction, parallel to Runyon Canyon, parallel to Vista, parallel to the streets that go downhill. Here's the frontmost spot fire That's either a spot fire or a fire engine. I can't quite tell. There's a lot of trees intermixed with the houses down here in the flats. So we're seeing, the good news is that there are ground crews down here in the canyon. But it's really going to be a tough firefight. This fire is just minutes from reaching these homes. I mean, this is literally like within 5 minutes at this point of hitting those homes. There's a spot fire. There's a spot fire. This thing is going to make a run for it.
We should expect it at this point. It shouldn't be shocking. We can only be grateful that this is starting tonight and not last night when those winds were much faster. Things have tapered off, but they've only tapered off moderately, guys. We are in a major fire danger until Friday. These winds are still blowing through here. And if you live in a flat area, or if you even live in the San Fernando Valley or areas across the basin, and you walk outside right now, it may not feel super windy. You may feel the breeze. But in these canyon neighborhoods, in the Hollywood Hills, the hills alone have a tendency to create their own weather, and the speed of the wind here, the wind molecules are bouncing off those hillsides at a much faster rate and create a lot more wind than you feel if you're in other parts of the city. If you live in the hills, you know what we're...
All right, well, I'm not sure I agree with the wind molecule language there, but in general, the idea stands, which is that we're lucky that it didn't happen last night when winds were more extreme, and yet there's still adverse fire conditions. It's still breezy, it's exceptionally dry, and we have a historically dry start to winter. Again, this fire is making a new run right as it heads into the structures now. I am starting to see a signature of this fire on weather radar, by the way. I was looking at my phone. Sorry, I'm a little bit, where was it? Well, it was on the, I take that back. That's not the Hollywood Hills. Never mind. I hesitate to say false alarm, but that's not particularly enlightening. I'll check over watch duty. They don't have, you can see there's multiple night operating helicopters. It looks like they're pulling water out of the Hollywood Reservoir, which makes sense. That's probably the closest one with significant body of water nearby. And check the comments here. Okay, I'm going back to the live stream, bring the audio back.
Continue to drop water on this fire. They've already done it. You've seen a couple of water drops already, but it is a fight against Mother Nature because the winds are ferocious and they are blowing through these canyons. Very, very tough situation.
Spot fire over here.
All right, Chris, we're going to split screen your shot with what we've been able to decipher on our touch screen right over here. I want to give you an idea of the communities that are being affected and should be evacuated as soon as possible. It's a little bit of a tricky area when it comes to this evacuation zone. I'll start with the easiest part. First of all, here's where the fire is. I'm going to move it. I'm going to open it up just a little bit. That's where the fire is currently burning in this direction. This is the canyon it's in.
Do you hear anything that I'm...
This is Hollywood Boulevard, right down here. Sorry about that. Let me move it up. This is Hollywood Boulevard that comes right along here. That is the south side of the evacuation zone. So everything above it is being evacuated. Let me expand out a little bit more, move it over a little bit more. Laurel Canyon, which is right here. This is Laurel Canyon. That is the western edge of the evacuation zone. So anything.
So it looks like, unfortunately, there's fires now on both sides of Runyon Canyon Road. That probably means that this is getting into some structures now.
Lay out a few of these communities that you have probably heard of before, like Mount Olympus, Hercules Drive, Achilles Drive, Willow Glen, and then Nichols Canyon, Waddles Drive, and then all the way to Hollywood Boulevard, just north of Hollywood Boulevard. So this whole strip of homes right here. Look at all of these homes that you're talking about that should be evacuated. And if they haven't heard about the evacuation and you somebody lives there, get a hold of them. You're talking about North Orange Grove, Nichols Canyon. You could see it is much more populous than the outer map would show. There's homes all along the way. Hercules Drive, Electra Drive, look at all of these homes up in the hills. In addition to that, look at all the fuel that's around all of these homes that could catch on fire quite easily. So these communities are in danger right now. The Hollywood Hills, classically the Hollywood Hills, but also leading down into Hollywood and Hollywood Boulevard. And if this fire continues to go, here's Hollywood Boulevard. Let's say if it continues to travel south with the pushing of the winds, then you're getting into Sunset Boulevard, Santa Monica Boulevard, et cetera, et cetera. The heart of Hollywood, the heart of Los Angeles right here is now in harm's way. That's why we're watching this closely. Chris, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Actually, David, we're going to toss it over to Dallas Rains, meteorologist Dallas Rains, tracking these winds. And Dallas, what can you tell us about these particular winds in this area?
It's still a set out of wind. What we were talking about, as Chris was mentioning, remember that, yes, we're not in those howling, powerful winds that we had yesterday, but it's still a red flag warning for Southern California. And the winds that are blowing through the canyons here in Hollywood Hills are at about 25, 30 miles per hour. Occasionally you'll get a gust, and they're still from the north and northeast blowing to the south and southwest. So that's what they're dealing with. And I was checking just a few minutes ago. The relative humidity of the air at tonight is 8%. So the air gets drier and drier when normally at night the humidity goes up a little bit. But that is not happening in this situation. So this fire, driven by terrain, of course, initially, as Chris noted, starts moving up the hillside, but then those winds come over the top of the hills, out of the north and northeast, driving the fire toward the south. Red flag warnings are going to stay with us. When we look at the wind profiles right now, they're pretty much as we thought they would be this time yesterday. Everything is down, but it's still a Santa Ana wind blowing through those canyon passes. You can see Santa Clarita there at 25, not 45, thank goodness. Up in Pasadena, they've dropped off to about 10.
Now, some additional commentary. Sometimes I will point out how technology is not not our savior in more ways than one, and oftentimes we overestimate the degree to which firefighting technologies can stop a wildfire. But I do think these night-dropping helicopters are a pretty useful tool in situations exactly like this one, which is not extremely powerful winds, but a major fire that has a high likelihood of affecting structures imminently, but is still relatively modest in size. So this is still an under 100-acre fire, and because you can really when you're this close to the helibase, where these rotary wing copters are based, you can get there pretty quickly. In fact, in some cases, and I think this is likely true here, the first water on this fire did not come from hand crews or fire crews, but likely came from a water drop from one of these helicopters. Because it's obviously on a narrow, windy road, it's easier to helicopter up there. It takes about a minute versus a 15 or 20-minute drive from the closest fire station. So, and of course you can do so in much steeper terrain and away from roads. So this is a good use case for those night-dropping helicopters. We did not used to have those. That's a relatively new tool in the toolbox as of the last few years. The state of California and the county of Los Angeles made these investments, along with a couple other counties in a joint fashion, to purchase these night vision equipped helicopters that have water dropping and rescue capabilities. And so this is a pretty smart and efficient use of technology. That this is the bang for your buck, if you will, for these helicopters is very high. It's less clear that sending dozens and dozens of air tankers to lay down miles and miles of retardant, which only works temporarily and partially, is always so clearly useful. But this is, I mean, there's very few use cases where these night vision equipped water dropping helicopters aren't a net positive and a pretty good use of, I would argue, of public dollars. I will note that we couldn't use them last night because the winds were just too extreme, and that illustrates even with the smartest and most efficient technology, there are still limits in what it can do. But this is a good example of where I think this fire already would have made it into structures had we not had these water dropping helicopters. I can't quite tell if it has or not yet. It's certainly close to it, but again, this is a situation that would have been worse.
There are house lights in the shot, and there is fire practically in the backyard.
Okay.
Right there, that's a new spot fire, literally in somebody's backyard, I think, as it continues to spot ahead of itself. 2 spot fires. You see that tree on the left and a new tree or shrub or whatever on fire now on the right. Again, the embers are continuing to create new fires little by little by little. In fact, is there a flame on Vista? Is that a headlight, or is that a city? That might be a house light. Okay, that's just a house light. But you can get an idea of the proximity to those houses now that this fire is getting closer and closer.
Chris, traffic-wise, are you seeing any kind of strings of cars trying to get out of there, or I worry the word is not getting out that they need to leave?
I worry about the same thing, David. I don't see any traffic coming from this neighborhood.
Again, just from the camera imagery, those are pretty respectable winds. I mean, those are sustained winds of 15 to 25 miles an hour, as Dallas Rains mentioned, and some stronger gusts. So that's not insubstantial.
Lots of brake lights, lots of headlights as fire crews try and make their way through here. The one good thing here is that we're seeing more helicopters arrive on scene, and we are seeing more water drops. But look at all those flashing lights. Those are all fire trucks making their way into the neighborhood and hopefully getting into position. I presume, even though it's dark and we can't see this very clearly, I presume they're already in the process of trying to set up for structure protection in the neighborhood just north of Hollywood Boulevard. Now, the evacuation order, as I understand it, extends to the south up to Hollywood Boulevard. That's for now. If this neighborhood catches on fire, expect that to grow. And I mean, if this becomes an urban fire.
So I think that's a little bit speculative. I would have been more concerned about this becoming an urban conflagration last night. Again, I wouldn't rule it out, but I think this is probably more likely to be an instance where this is a classic interface fire. So there may be some structures that burn right where the wildland meets the neighborhood. My hope is that there's enough resources in place and that the topography and winds are such that this would not be the kind of fire that burns, hundreds or even thousands of structures, as we've tragically seen elsewhere in LA County this week. But I would expect at least a handful of structures to be affected directly by this fire. Beyond that, it's hard to say. We'll see how this evolves.
And Ellen, I have actually
a new spot fire right there in the middle of your screen. A new spot fire getting closer to Runyon Canyon, where fire crews are now manning Runyon Canyon Road. There's a new fire right there that's grown pretty quickly and is now getting closer to Runyon Canyon. What I'm looking for, guys, is for that fire to jump Runyon Canyon Road based on the direction of the winds here. The winds are blowing that smoke and fire in this direction towards our.
Okay, so it does actually look like it's all still contained within the bowl on the inside of Runyon Canyon Road for the next minute or two anyway.
Okay, so we know where this fire at least was reported. This is Solar Drive right here. This one street, I'm going to expand it out a little bit further. And the reason why I'm showing you that, the point of origin, 2300 Solar Drive, that could have been where somebody spotted it and reported it, or it could have been where it started. But this is Solar Drive, okay? So now I'm going to kind of push out a little bit and give you a better idea. So this is the point of origin. And then we're showing this fire went all the way down this canyon, and now all of this is on fire. As Chris was just saying, Runyon Canyon is in trouble right over here. All of this is now on fire, and this is a matter of minutes we're talking about as it continues to go in this direction south. So for some reason, it started right there. Ellen, I'm going to throw it back to you.
All right, we got to tell everybody that we're going to stay on the air here on KBC7 or ABC7 and not go to World News tonight with David Muir because of the nature of this breaking news. So you can stick around and we'll find out more about this fire that is rapidly growing. And so we're going to keep a close eye on this, of course.
All right, Ellen, thanks. And we're going to stay on top of our coverage digitally.
On the air until 7.
On the air until 7 o'clock as we continue. And let's throw it back over to Chris Christie with more as this fire continues to spread towards Runyon Canyon Drive.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the further the fire continues to spread southward, so does that smoke, and you can already see it more and more by the minute. A lot of that thick black smoke now drifting right over the Hollywood area. This entire area is now being blanketed by really thick and unhealthy smoke. Obviously, it is time to get out. If you live anywhere in this area, you can take a look at Hollywood Boulevard along the left side of your screen here. Lots of traffic starting to build up there, and even on Franklin Avenue, as those are more than likely evacuees. Those are probably folks already trying to get out of here. Some of it is pass-through traffic. Some people use Franklin Avenue as a shortcut through Hollywood to get around Hollywood and Highland, but you can see traffic up and down Franklin Avenue is now bumper to bumper as folks try and flee away from this fire. Camino Palmero Street and Franklin Avenue is the closest major intersection.
Something I did notice, I don't know if you saw those flashing lights in the buildings, this building right here, the high-rise or mid-rise building. It looks like it's the visual indicator for a fire alarm. My guess is what's happening is the smoke that's blowing in from this, the dense smoke, is potentially setting off fire alarms in Hollywood right now.
Avenue, where I want to focus just for a second to see if there's any structures that are being threatened here. We're going to come around here. You can see some of the houses at the end of the neighborhood we've been talking about here. We're going to get a better glimpse as we come around the north side. So now we're on the north side of the fire, on the San Fernando Valley side, over Mulholland Drive, looking south with the fire and wind blowing away from Air 7. And right along the right side, as we come around this ridgeline, you're going to see Curson Avenue, and we'll see if there's any sign whatsoever. It looks like the wind is actually helping these folks. It's reaching the top of the ridge line right there, and then it would have to go downhill, which is not convenient.
Yeah, so this is known as backing fire. The wind direction in this case is blowing in that direction, so the fire is moving only very slowly against the wind. It moved reasonably quickly against the wind until the crest of the ridge. The crest of the ridge is right here. It's hung up on the ridge line here. Now, there are spot fires across the ridge. These are going to threaten structures on the downwind side, so it's not like this community is out of the woods, but the fire is moving only sporadically in this direction. Now, that's still, the structure is still at risk, but it moved much faster in the downslope direction, which of course is the opposite from the intuitive direction that you might expect, for example, under non-Santa Ana wind conditions.
Fire just feet away from the rear of that home.
Okay, so I've been able to isolate Curson Avenue here on our touch screen as well. You can see where the fire is burning in this canyon here. This is Curson. This is the street that Chris is talking about, and you can see all the sizable homes that are along Curson Avenue as the fire continues to creep towards these homes right here. These are the ones in imminent danger right now, but as that fire rolls in different directions, of course, there are other communities in danger as well. As you can see, highly populated. The further the fire goes down the canyon, the more homes that are going to be in trouble. Chris, I'm going to throw it back to you as you watch this fires progress.
Yeah, we're going to continue to kind of wrap ourselves around this, watching it spot not only to the south now, but also spotting a little bit over towards the west. So we're going to keep an eye on Curson Avenue, but I think the focus here still remains on Hillside Avenue, Vista Street, and Franklin Avenue right there. That neighborhood on the right is now under threat by that fire on the left because the wind is blowing directly towards Franklin Avenue right along Vista Street. Thankfully, up until now, we have not seen any structures on fire, and even if it is imminent, at least they have the luxury of getting more water on it sooner rather than later, and hopefully do something to impede the forward progress of this fire. But it is continuing to grow, continuing to spread, and continuing to spot ahead of itself based on these winds. And there's another water drop right there. LA City Fire, again, smothering this area with as many resources as possible. This is now the priority at the moment. Of course, they can multitask and they can address multiple emergencies at the same time, but it is a good time to pray for our city.
Yeah. an incredible chain of events that have occurred, because we do want to eventually get back to the other fires, which homes are still going up in flames, Colleen, and a dire situation over there as well. But this is highly important because we're dealing with a highly populous area and a fire that is on the move very, very quickly, a brand new fire, and they're trying to get as many resources on that as possible.
Yeah, this is one of those areas that we know would be prone during these kind of storm events. But again, this area.
So I'll continue to follow this, keep the live stream open for a little while until there's a bit of a resolution. I think we might get one either way pretty quickly, whether or not they can knock down the head of this fire as it hits the flats and gets into the houses. Again, I don't expect this to be the same level of catastrophe, and I don't use that word lightly, but I do genuinely mean there are two distinct wildfire catastrophes elsewhere in LA County at the moment. I don't think this is likely to be anything on that scale, and yet there still could be some significant potential structural loss depending on how this goes this evening. All I can think of, really, is how lucky we are that A, this fire didn't occur last night, and B, that there weren't a bunch of other fires like this last night. I know a lot of folks often will reflect that they feel like these advanced warnings of extreme fire weather conditions cause firebugs and arsonists to go out there and ignite all these fires. But what I was struck by yesterday was actually how few ignitions of a significance there were. There were some ignitions. A lot of them were pretty quickly extinguished by firefighters. It's really just these two enormous ones that got away. But the problem is they were so catastrophic. But imagine if there were 3, 4, 5, 6 fires of that magnitude. That was very much something that could have happened last night and didn't. And that was because of proactive interventions. And so, that's just reflecting again on, what a lot of folks often accuse prognosticators of doom, weather forecasters, climate scientists, virologists, epidemiologists, of being so negative, man, and constantly portending the end of the world. Perpetual Cassandras. Well, if you really know the story of Cassandra, that's not necessarily something that the folks who prognosticate doom for the purpose of trying to prevent it are actually going to deny. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just that if the whole purpose is to prevent harm, to produce better outcomes, in this case, less catastrophic fires, either fewer catastrophic fires or fires that are less catastrophic than they would have been, even if they are still very bad. The whole point of offering preemptive warnings is to do just that. And I would strongly argue that we were successful with that, even in this catastrophe, even in this terrible week for LA County wildfire, historically bad week for LA County wildfire. Had we not had the prepositioning of those resources, had we not had those really good weather predictions, I honestly think there would have been pretty considerable loss of life in the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. And the structural losses likely would have been even worse. And that's not even accounting for the catastrophes that didn't occur. This is a classic event where you can kind of nip it in the bud. If you can stop a fire at a half acre or an acre of brush with an engine or two or one helicopter drop, that can really defuse a bomb, a much larger, much worse event that as soon as you get past a few acres, the scope of what it takes to extinguish a hot burning fire that's more than a few acres is completely different than if you catch it when it's small. The more crews you have, the better spatial distribution you have with prepositioning, the more likely it is that you cut off what is arguably an out of control chemical reaction before it really gets going. But what we've seen is that beyond a certain point and under the certain sufficiently extreme circumstances, there is very little that you can do. And so under those conditions, the best thing you can do is either avoid those ignitions in the first place or get them out when they're small. And this is, by the way, distinct from the conversations that we have about prescribed fire and needing more fire on the landscape to reduce risk in the long run. That is true. But we don't want those fires on days or weeks like this one in Southern California. This is just not the time or the place. And so these are what we would call unwanted ignitions. There is such a thing as desirable ignitions, fires that we do want to see on the landscape for ecological and risk reduction reasons, and even for cultural reasons. There's a long tradition of cultural and indigenous burning, not only in the Americas, but really all around the world. But this is not that. And pretty much everybody agrees these are not the kind of fires that we want to be seeing. I'll turn the audio back on for a moment.
Is on fire, and it's wonderful to see the air support allowed to help in this firefight this evening, because we were not so fortunate last night to have air support. And yes, Chris, actually, we do see your sky map on, which is great to see. I know I can hear you ever so slightly, Chris, but we're looking at the manual.
These are some of the evacuation, the orders that are now underway because of this Sunset Fire. We just want to highlight some key areas. If you live near Laurel Canyon Boulevard to the 101 freeway, Mulholland Drive to Hollywood Boulevard, those are the borders of the evacuation zone. It's largely around the canyons, up in the hills, and then south towards Hollywood Boulevard. That's the area we're talking about. If you live, in those hills particularly, that's where there's a lot of fuel, and that's where this fire broke out, and it's consuming property really, really quickly. Although, if we can check back in with Chris, to this moment, though, you haven't seen any buildings on fire yet.
No buildings that we have observed, but there are now 2 major flare-ups. There's one in the foreground here, right there in the center of your screen. And if you tilt up just a little bit, Lucas, you can see on the other side of the ridgeline, there's another flare-up on the backside, on the other side of that ridgeline. Those tall flames are what really create the most danger, because that is creating embers that are already flying at a higher altitude than lower shrubbery and things like that. So you have really tall flames starting to flare up as the fire encounters some thicker brush. Hopefully these people have some degree of brush clearance, but in these winds it really doesn't matter. I can only say that, again, thankfully, if this was 24 hours ago, we would already be in trouble. Now they have a little bit more time to prepare to get out, and the fire department has a little bit more time to try and get in front of it. But it is a wait-and-see game at this hour.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, we are going to be talking on the phone with Phil Mercado. Phil, we understand you are being evacuated right now. Where do you live in this area that is in the evacuation zone?
We are just off of Curson Avenue, north of Hollywood.
So what I'm seeing right now is that we're getting somewhat lucky in relative terms through some very aggressive firefighting, mainly through those night-flying airdrops. This is another one of those helicopters, those night vision water-dropping helicopters. Pretty compelling public good, as I mentioned. They're doing a good job keeping this, I think, within the bowl. So it does look like right now this is still on the inside of Runyon Canyon Road, and the head of the fire, as it were, they're really hitting it hard with these water drops. I think we're about to see another one here. I don't know exactly where. Yep, there we go. It's a little bit hard to time the drop because you got to sort of do the mental math of how strong is the wind and where's it going to drift from. So the proof is in the pudding if this goes poof. So that might have been a little bit of a miss on that one, but the rest of them have been, a lot of them have been hits. As I mentioned, there's a significant flare up here, but the head of the fire right now, the head being this part, they knocked a good bit of the heat out of it. So right now there's quite a lot of heat here. There's a good chance this will slop over Runyon Canyon Road. This is throwing a lot of embers, but there's fire crews in place. Will they catch the slopovers, as they're called, the spot fires that pop up on the other side of the road? I don't think those are spots. I think those are lights on structures. In these settings, they have a decent chance of catching the slopovers over Runyon Canyon, over this road, as Curson. So they've knocked a lot of the heat out of the fire. There's still spot fires occurring. This is a different helicopter. This is not, I don't think that's the Nighthawk. I think that's the, my aviation and military terminology is not ideal, but that was a pretty well located drop, I think, either just ahead of the flaming front or just right on the edge of it. Challenge is, when the air is this dry, a significant amount of the water will evaporate if you drop from too high of an altitude. So more than a couple hundred feet up, and a significant amount of the water literally just evaporates into thin air on the way down. So I don't know how much of that made it to the surface. We are seeing this is a pretty big flare-up. So, and there's another little flare-up on the other flank. So the right and the left flank. Why do I call it right? Relative to the direction of spread. This is the right flank. Relative to the direction of spread, this is the left flank. So it's like stage left or port versus starboard on a ship. It's relative to the direction of flow. Same as a river, actually. Left and right bank, for example.
North Kherson. They were dropping water on our neighbor's house, so I'm sure our house is affected by this. And you can basically see all of Runyon Canyon just glowing right now.
No kidding. That's so eerie to see. What about the weather where in your area? Are you feeling the winds kicking up in this area? We know how sometimes night comes, the winds kick up, and these areas, they take on their own weather as well.
It seems like the winds really did pick up. I mean, this afternoon, things seemed to calm down, and then the moment the sun was starting to set, it seemed like the wind started picking up, and it's pretty windy right now and chilly.
And how are your kids responding right now? Being
they're resilient teens, and they are all surviving because they have their devices, and they're checking in with all of their friends that are asking if we're okay, and so they seem to be doing okay. And we keep telling them that as long as we're all okay, it's just stuff. So we're as long as we have each other, we're okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Hey, man. One last question for you. Did you live in that? Have you lived in that home very long?
Blanking on the
Since 1997.
Oh wow!
And this is the second time that we've had to evacuate. There was a small fire up above us years ago, but easily contained. Nothing like this.
Virga. Wow. I like that.
Wow.
Virga.
I'm sure there's a lifelong memories in that home.
There's a comment from Mary, I believe, joking when I was talking about the water from these helicopter drops evaporating, being helicopter virga. Virga is precipitation that evaporates before it reaches the ground. So actually, that's a pretty appropriate term.
And how powerful they are, we need them to die down.
Yeah, well, the good news is they eventually will. Right now, though, Dave, we got this great profile set up here. Our weather producer, Phil Wilburn, really keeping an eye on these things for us. So
all right, let's check out. Man, they're really throwing the kitchen sink at it as far as helicopters go. This is the live view from watch duty, and you can see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 the live view water dropping helicopters on this fire. So they have the privilege and the ability to really focus on this one, which is why it's going better than it might have. Interestingly, the evacuation zones it's quite larger actually than I would have expected. So the mandatory evacuation is this zone in red. That's pretty big. And then there's an additional evacuation warning all the way down to the heart of Hollywood and then way out here in the hills. My personal view is that this might be a little bit of overkill. I guess it's better to be safe than sorry. And again, an evacuation warning in yellow does not necessarily mean you have to leave immediately. That is what the order means in the red region here. If this were last night, I would have left if I were anywhere in this vicinity. Tonight, I really might focus more on the red region with the lighter winds, and also maybe even a slightly restricted part of the red region. If you're in the hills with windy roads to get out, or in this region in particular, that's where I would personally be the most concerned with this event. Although right now, it's not looking terrible, but my usual advice is, in most cases, is to be as conservative or more conservative, lowercase c conservative in terms of its original meaning in terms of caution regarding evacuations, and don't ignore an evacuation order that's been issued officially, but do consider, if you're uncomfortable, evacuating even if there is not officially an evacuation in effect. In this case, this does not appear to be something that I am extremely concerned exploding into a massive conflagration, but it's always good to be careful. I'm just zooming out to see if there are any other fires of note that have broken out recently this evening, or there is one new fire. It's an unnamed vegetation fire down in Temecula. That has some potential if that takes off. It is going to be windier there tomorrow, so the winds are going to be blowing in that direction. So far, they've caught all of the ones down south pretty well, but we'll see what happens with this one. This one was reported just 15 minutes ago. And the rest of the ones we already knew were occurring, so I will go back to this one and check out the live coverage again as well.
In harm's way. Everything changed in an instant in the last 20, 30 minutes, hour or so. As you see behind me, that seems to be coming down the canyon. Now, the wind is obviously blowing it away from where we are right now. We're at Outpost, kind of near Sycamore. Outpost goes all the way up to Mulholland, and you can get to kind of where that fire is, but it seems to be moving in a more kind of west direction. So this particular area might not be specifically at risk, but I'll tell you, for the folks who are grabbing their luggage, for the folks who are getting in their cars, they don't care if it's a little bit that way. Because if this is even remotely at risk, they are getting out of this area. And you see behind me all this traffic coming up and down the street. A lot of these folks, and there are hotels over here as well. We've seen a handful of people grabbing all their luggage. One guy told me he was checking out early because he just needed to get out of here, and rightfully so. Will, look to the left here in front of the hotel. You have a number of people who are kind of grabbing their luggage, grabbing their things, and leaving here. As we look down Franklin towards Highland, it is completely packed with cars trying to get out of here. That's why you're even seeing cars essentially take every single route they can out of here, because if you're trying to get to Highland to get out of Dodge that way, it is packed, it is slow moving. So we have all these people.
So these images of gridlock, we saw them in Pacific Palisades yesterday, and that was a very near miss. There were almost hundreds of casualties in that traffic jam in Pacific Palisades. Had the fire moved slightly faster, or had there had been slightly fewer pre-positioned resources, that traffic jam, including about 200 to 300 cars, that was at a complete standstill, would have been engulfed by flames. And that is the way that a lot of people have died in wildland fires in recent years in the U.S. This is what happened in portions of the Camp Fire in Paradise, the fire in Lahaina and Maui last year, and any number of other recent fires in southern Europe and Australia, Chile, Portugal, Greece, where people fleeing the fire in personal vehicles became trapped on a roadway that was overtaken by flames. Now, the reason I bring that up is not because I think that's what's going to happen here. In fact, I fortunately do think that's exceptionally unlikely in this case. But to point out that had this exact same fire happened last night, we could have seen scenes of people trapped on Hollywood Boulevard with flames all around them. A scene more akin to a decidedly bad Hollywood disaster flick that potentially could have transpired. And so again, what separated us from that outcome is partly just luck. That this is happening now and not exactly 24 hours ago. So, one thing you can see
it's a very scary situation here.
Is this fire has gotten up into the trees a little bit. I don't know if those are eucalyptus, but it kind of looks like they are. That's not great. So the fire is actually kind of picking up in intensity again as it gets into the trees in people's backyards. Why people have so many eucalyptus trees in their yards in a place like this in California at this point, given what we know about fire risk, is a question I don't have an answer to. I like eucalyptus trees, but boy, they really are just tempting fate sometimes. I'm not 100% sure that's what that is, but it does look a little bit like there's a eucalyptus grove here that's now on fire.
Because of the fires on the west side and in Altadena, we decided to close the castle earlier today. Make sure everyone, the staff specifically, to be safe. And so we closed down and we left the castle sometime this afternoon, and we'll find out later on that we had a new fire popping by. So it was definitely unfortunate, but it was definitely fortunate that the castle was already closed.
I'm amazed that you guys already closed it. So you have people there right now trying to put some water on the castle. What's the status of that situation right now from people who you know who are at the castle?
So we had a few security officers and a director of facility that is on site right now. I know it's trying to give a few directions to the security guards and make sure that we get enough moisture on the roof, but also on the greenery around the castle. Obviously, with the evacuation process, we don't want to stay too long, and I'm going to be asking the staff to move very soon, but we wanted to make sure that at least we try to do something to save the castle if the fire goes this way.
Yeah, absolutely. And David Ono, you have the Magic Castle right there on that touchscreen to give people an idea of exactly where this iconic LA landmark is.
Yeah, if we have 2 seconds, I did isolate the Magic Castle. It is right here on Franklin Boulevard. And well, let's first go to Chris Christie. Oh, here we go. So here's the Magic Castle right here, Franklin Boulevard. This is what he's talking about. And if I expand out a little bit, then you can see this is right in the center of the evacuation zone. Here's where the fire is right over here. So as he said, it's very, very close. This is the spot of Magic Castle. This is where the fire is burning down the canyon right now. So yeah, very much this iconic landmark is in danger right now. And let's go over to Chris Christie, who is continuing to watch the progress of this fire. Chris?
Yeah, you're a firefighter. Yeah, David, we're just, I'm sorry, we're doing a couple things at once here. You got a whole bunch of fire trucks now making their way up Curson Avenue, a welcome sight for the residents who live in this neighborhood. Hopefully they have evacuated or were not home, but now these firefighters can start protecting those structures if this fire continues to spread to the west. In the meantime, we're more focused at the moment to the south as the fire, the leading edge of this fire, is continuing to create spot fires, albeit not at the same pace as it was about an hour ago. I'm losing track of time, but you can see that the forward progress is slowing. It has not stopped. There are new fires starting as we speak. In fact, that patch of trees right there near the bottom of your screen, that's a brand new fire, and it is even closer to Vista Street and closer to Franklin Avenue. However, if you look at this shot, the winds have slowed down ever so slightly. You can see the smoke blowing, but not exactly at the same clip as a little bit earlier. And maybe that is helping out the situation quite a bit. But in the meantime, it is still spotting, it is still blowing. They are still dropping water on this fire, trying to cut it off at the pass, essentially. But this entire neighborhood still should be leaving right now.
The reassuring thing is when on your past shots just a few minutes ago, they are hitting this thing from the air, which is something we didn't have access to yesterday. So hopefully that is making a dent, as well as all the ground crews that are moving into place. So what is your assessment, Chris, before we lose you? What is your assessment on how this fire is suddenly going? Because there was grave concern during the 5 o'clock hour when this first broke out.
I think the concern is very much alive. However, the forward progress is slowing. They have dropped a lot of water on the fire, but that leading edge, that group of flames right there, is very unpredictable and is still at risk of spreading throughout this neighborhood, potentially. But don't take any chances. Definitely heed the warnings.
Absolutely, and there's so much fuel. As you can see, tremendous amount of trees, and if you're familiar at all with the canyons, you know what the potential is if that catches on fire, which is, it absolutely is. I want to go back to the general manager, Mr. Levy from the Magic Castle. Has the Magic Castle been ever threatened by fire like this before that you know of? And give us a little bit about the history.
So the Magic Castle was founded back in 1962, and we had a fire in 2011, but that was not a hill fire. It was a fire that was, from accidents, roof accidents, and some of the building burned down, but we were able to save a lot of the art thanks to the to the firefighter at the time. They were able to secure a lot of the artwork and the pieces, valuable pieces that Magic Castle is famous for. But we never had any kind of other fires such as this one. This one is really scary.
Yeah, it's frightening. We get it, and so many other people are under duress as well. Thank you for heeding the warning, letting us know that you're taking this seriously. Any final words before we let you go as this fire approaches the whole Hollywood area?
Well, there's one of those damn palm trees again, spreading its own little mini ember storm. If it hops that road, it's going to be because of that palm tree. So, fun or not so fun fact is that palm trees are extremely flammable and produce enormous amounts of embers. And during intense fires, entire palm fronds can catch on fire and become gigantic firebrands that move through the wind and cause almost guaranteed ignition downwind.
All right. Well, now we're going to go back to Tim Caputo. Tim, you're pretty close to the Magic Castle. You're on Hollywood Boulevard. Are you on Franklin?
And he has an 8-second delay as a reminder.
Well, I wish they would keep the live helicopter footage there. I'll see if they'll probably bring it back in a moment. Oh, someone else is on the palm tree train. I have no moral philosophy against palm trees, especially when they're in the environment in which they're actually supposed to grow. Uh-oh, I'm getting a bit of a content warning. Let's see here. Well, I may have to let me just save this warning for later so I can take a closer look. Apologies, you're seeing the terms and services of YouTube live while I read them, but I will have to. Well, anyway, hopefully I can manage that later. If they cut me off. You would think that technically this would qualify as creative reuse, but perhaps that's not how YouTube views the terms of service. So maybe this is a sign. That I am going to transfer back over to. You'll see my face again. At least for a little while. All right, here. All right, so this fire is still definitely threatening structures in the Hollywood Hills. It'll be a pretty impressive feat if they manage to prevent it from burning any structures. Maybe they will. Hopeful that they will. I don't think it's going to be a dramatic firestorm in the same way the other two have. That's the good news. But the okay, that's a good point about overlaying the camera over the footage. I guess I need to do the creative reuse. Also has to be visual. It can't just be audible. So I'll figure out a way to make that work in the future. I'm getting ready to sign off for the evening, unless there is some dramatic new catastrophe, which, God forbid, every time I say that this week, there literally has been, but knock on wood. I don't know if you can hear me actually knocking on a nice plank of hardwood. But I am going to go and give my body a break. I'm actually going to be on in the morning. I don't necessarily plan to do a fire-related live stream yet. I may. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided. That'll depend on what's going on in the morning. I may do one single brief one tomorrow. But I will be on MSNBC at pretty bright and early, 7:40 a.m. Pacific time. Although today I was bumped from all of the major news networks due to the news about what Trump and Elon Musk were saying about the fires. So who knows what happens tomorrow. I'll also be on PBS NewsHour. That'll either be tomorrow or the next day. I don't actually know when it will air, but we're taping tomorrow. I'm currently scheduled to be on CNN at 9:40 Pacific time live, and then the Weather Channel later in the day. We're doing a recorded interview, so that'll probably show up in multiple segments later. At some point, I need to go eat food and stop talking. Also, tomorrow, we actually have what I had planned to be a major release of science we've been working on for 3 years. The science is still going to be released. The paper, of course, will still be released in Nature Reviews. UCLA and my new host institution, UC Agriculture and Natural Resources, will be releasing a press release on this. There's going to be a bunch of news media articles, some of which will have tie-ins because it's quite relevant to the fire episode we're seeing right now in Southern California. But I will delay my own live stream. I was going to discuss the paper at length. I will not be doing that tomorrow, both out of respect for what's going on and also because, frankly, I am exhausted and I have fallen way behind in everything else. I will also have a Weather West blog post focused on this paper and will definitely integrate the context of what has transpired this week when I write that. I have a draft of part of it written now, but I will need to spend the weekend working on that probably. My goal is to shake this virus, get that written over the weekend, and have it published on Monday or so. I haven't yet committed yet, so maybe this will force me to do it. I will likely be on KQED Forum on Monday morning, and I may also do some of the Sunday morning shows this week, which apparently some of the Sunday morning shows are now on Saturday. So one of the weekend mornings I might be on some networks too, so you'll see me talking. But quite frankly, if you're here on the live streams, you're getting a much broader array of what I have to say and think anyway than you're going to get in those, if I'm lucky, 3 to 5 minute segments in the news. So I'll do that because those are helpful mass audiences, and it is good to reach millions of people. I don't think this live stream is ever going to reach millions. On the other hand, it's a pretty personal connection, and I hope that folks find these valuable. I don't particularly enjoy, by the way, walking people through disasters, even though that has become a bit of a signature of some of my public outreach, but I will continue to do it, and my hope is that there are fewer of them to come, although the scientist in me knows that's probably not how things are going to play out, so I'll continue to be here. And if anybody from Google or YouTube is watching, please help me figure out how to continue sharing during disaster events publicly available news streams that are on YouTube. I am sharing YouTube on YouTube, by the way, without violating either the copyright rules or any internal rules for Google. I would genuinely appreciate if anybody who has internal connections at Google or YouTube could either walk me through how to do that or figure out how to make it possible. I know that sounds like a big ask, but surprisingly often when I have made open-ended appeals to the public when several hundred people are watching, someone has been able to come through. So I'm optimistic that might be the case here as well. All right, well, stay safe out there. I know many folks, hundreds of thousands of people are still evacuated and thousands of people have lost their homes. So I'm very sensitive to that. And I'll continue to have updates throughout the week, although I probably won't be doing 18 hours of live streaming a day indefinitely. So I will be more selective about it. There is more red flag conditions up ahead. They don't look as extreme. But as you can see, even under present conditions, we just saw this fire in the Hollywood Hills can be pretty dangerous even so. But the ability of resources to respond to them improves as conditions become less extreme. Thank you for watching. Thanks for your support. And please do feel free to share this channel. This is a very long live stream, so it might be a number of hours before the video renders and it's made fully available in its entirety, the recording, but it will be made available by tomorrow at the latest. It's an automatic process. It does take a while for these longer live streams. So stay safe out there, and I will probably still talk with you tomorrow, although hopefully at some less length than as recently. I'm going to go get a cup of tea and probably go to sleep. See you all later.